You got everything off?
Yes. Okay. Can I add more? What's his name?
Uh, I'm not. I'm not sure. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Let's do this first. All right, you can turn you can turn off the volume, but turn on the camera so I can make sure I can see. Turn off the volume. Turn on the I'm still not seeing you.
You don't see me? Okay, so
Oh, hold on. Maybe hold on 1 second. I might have to make you the host.
okay.
All right, 4:30, let's go ahead and get the drainage committee meeting started. Let the record reflect that all members are present besides Mr. Brooke. Item number 1, discuss drainage issues from Libertyville to Bruley Road. William Arson. Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
William Arsenault, 202 Bruley Road, Libertyville, Louisiana. So having some ongoing drainage issues when we get a heavy rain. This all started about 2018 when my home flooded. It seems to be the issue, and we thought that the Willow Street overlay project would correct it is, I'm actually taking the water from the graveyard that's supposed to be going back toward LA1. It's coming across Willow Street through the AT&T parking lot, and it's going into my catch basin, which is not allowing my water to drain out fast enough. So I was wondering if there's anything y'all can do, kind of maybe, I don't know if y'all can do it on the overlay project or dig that ditch and try to clean those culverts going back to the bayou to alleviate that water and send it the way it's supposed to go. Another issue is that a few houses down from me, we have a clogged culvert in somebody's driveway. I noticed it the other day, the water was going on top of their driveway because it couldn't go through the culvert fast enough. Last year, a crew was sent out to my residence to clean them out. My wife was home, they told her they hit something and they left, never came back. I understand if my culverts are clean, that's fine and dandy, but y'all know as well as I do, it has to be clean all the way down to where it discharges. So going forward, I know we could maybe fix the drainage where the outflow goes, but I really think if that we can take that water from the graveyard and send it back to where it's supposed to be going, we can fix this problem. I'm just wondering what y'all can do for me. I don't know if y'all need to, have another meeting and discuss it or whatnot, but.
No, I mean, I'm very familiar with what's going on right there. That culvert right down the street, I put in a work order to get it cleaned out. If it's not clean, if it's can't clean out, if it's obstructive, we're gonna change it.
Okay,
Yeah, I should have, might have even been done today. I'm
okay,
not sure. But, there's a work order
okay.
in the system for
All
that.
right.
The graveyard part of it, I guess it's all closed in culverts, so I guess from Bruley Road, from Willow Street going up front, maybe we need to run the culvert cleaner there first to see if there's any obstructions, you know. The biggest issue you have there, normal rainfalls be good, 5 to 6 inch rainfall, short period of time, that's when the issue comes in.
All right.
You know, so, and that's a challenge in itself, so I have not given up on this at all
Okay.
whatsoever, so we're gonna move on it, hopefully the culvert 2 houses down from you, hopefully that will be taken care of soon. So another part of it is, try to run that culvert cleaner and, put that on, Aaron, put that from, Willow at Bruley to Highway 1, all the way to the bayou. And if there's an obstruction there, we just gotta take care of it. That one time it did rain pretty good, but at the end of the day, major rainfall, we still got issues. And maybe we may have some obstruction. Now, if it's clean,
And
if
look,
it's all
understand-
clean, then I don't know what to do.
I understand you get these pop-up showers that sit on top of your dump rain, but I mean, we can't plan for that, but
Right.
we get a tropical storm that dumps 12 to 15. It's not just me gonna be in a bond. You have a lot of people.
I get it.
And another thing is when they did the overlay project, if you look at the corner of Willow and Bruley back toward Willow and Calvin, you can see where they raised it and they sloped it back to the graveyard. My side, it's still a giant dip. So that water's just infiltrating my yard. If I wouldn't have to worry about draining that water, we got it made. It's not a problem at all. I mean, look, put the water in the graveyard. Those people are not gonna call and complain. I can promise you that. All right. You're not gonna hear a word out of them. All right. And it'll go down, trust me. But
That's right.
I just feel as though, and I can see it. You came out there before, Mr. Charlie. You saw it the other day.
The other day.
I'm draining water. I'm not supposed to be draining. And look, it's one thing for my house to flood. If that AT&T building next to me floods, they got a lot more valuable stuff in there than my house. So I want to work together and get this resolved so nobody floods. But I just want to, I want some reassurance that something will get done. That's what I want,
You got it, right? I mean, yeah, I'm
No,
glad-
you
I'm
wanna
glad I gave-
run it by my house, old house too,
Okay,
because there's some obstruction there too. It's last. big
yeah,
rain.
and we need to
I
make
never
sure,
flooded like that before.
no, we need to make sure it's clean all the way. And then I know they putting these new culverts in on the end of town and they're closing up the canal.
Hope that doesn't.
That's gonna be a huge disaster in itself, because I rode in the back the other day, there's sofas and refrigerators in the ditch.
No, no.
That's gonna get caught in those culverts, so it's just gonna get worse. Now, I don't know if that's a parish project or a state project, I don't know, but we
A
shall see
lot
what
of
happens
water
with that.
going through that south.
But that's gonna be a lot of water going through there, and that's, I don't think that's gonna end well, but I'm just seeing what y'all can do for me moving forward. Appreciate anything y'all can do. And like I say, if I'm the first house, I'm pretty sure that drains to the back. So if we could take that water that, it's coming down Convent Street, it's running parallel with the fence at the graveyard, it's cutting the back, the ditch is silted in. And then when it gets to it doesn't make it to the catch basin, it's cutting the road. So, I mean, y'all see all kind of drainage issues. If y'all can brainstorm and put y'all mind around it, see what y'all can do, I'd appreciate whatever y'all can do for me.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Landry, if you could, check that out for us as soon as possible and see if there's a fix, a quick fix for it to get it going and then come back and make sure that we're getting the debris out of the culverts, not just jetting them out and blowing them out. What's in the culverts needs to come out.
And I actually measured my culvert between myself and the AT&T building today. It's an 18-inch culvert. I had 8 inches exposed. So I had 10. And like I said, if you can blow that, but you gotta blow it all the way down and then not taking that additional water, I think it's a win-win if we do both of those things.
Drew it all the way to the back to the canal.
Well, you have to.
You know,
It-
not just by my whole house.
You gotta clean the whole ditch, that's it. So,
In that, I know on the north end of the parish, once you get off LA1, it doesn't drain to the bayou. Everything goes back to the field.
correct.
Do we know where that break point is?
The Willow
On
Street,
Bruley
the
Road,
graveyard.
Where it drains.
The graveyard, that's the break point. I'm the first house that drains to the back, so what I'm saying, if I don't take that additional water, I don't flood. I'm taking that additional water, and they saw it, it's quite a volume of water, when it cuts that road, it's coming. And it's going to that catch basin, and it's stacking the water on my house and not letting my water go out.
Sure, yeah, I'd just like to verify that the culverts do fall back towards the bayou.
Oh, absolutely, there's no
The
culvert
first
underneath
one I
that street.
did first.
That ditch by the church was, they had a old school, these buses they used to use for stores.
Mhm.
Missed the curve and the top of it was even with the highway. That's how deep that ditch was by the church. There's some obstruction there too, probably.
We all know people want a culvert in their front yard to cover it to make it look better, but we all know that an open ditch drains water better too.
Especially with that south loop.
There's no doubt, so.
You know, you had all that head pressure that was backed up from the field and all pushing out to the bottom.
Charlie, you feel part of that. ditch up
I
there
know,
at
but
one time.
man, I lived that
Yeah, but
back in
you fill up.
August 88.
You filled up some of that ditch at one time to make park.
Never did. We never filled up that ditch. We opened it. We stopped
From
23
Brewer Road
acres
to
of
Elm- From Brewer to Maple,
farmland coming through there.
from Brewer Road to Maple Street, it's covered.
I'm not talking about those culverts. I'm talking about the ones in there now. It had head pressure because all that back end from 1010 coming this way was coming through them. And you had a lot of head pressure with that water pushed like a pump through the bayou. But you won't have that now because there'll be stagnant water going in those pipes. And then you need enough catch basins to put air in there. I don't know if you've done that.
Aaron
Check it out
also-
there and see what they got. Let us
Yeah,
know.
Aaron also
I
from,
actually, I already
from
told them.
Convent to Brewer Road along Willow, on the east side, on the sweep that ditch. Along the fence. Make sure we got a good swell right there.
Y'all still doing overlay projects right now?
We got no
We're
new
supposed to
project.
be.
Yeah.
The contract ain't been here in a while.
When they got a little bit extra blacktop, come get them. Fill that up a little bit right there. I think it would help a lot, to be honest with you. So,
I don't know if they're gonna have any extra this year.
Yeah.
We're running short now, so.
You can put an item for next meeting to revisit this.
Yes, we could.
Y'all like me back in the next meeting?
If
You don't have to be here, but you're welcome to be.
No problem. I appreciate y'all time, and anything y'all do is greatly appreciated.
Okay, I had this-
Thank y'all very much.
as well,
Okay.
All right.
For an update. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate you.
Y'all go.
All right, item number 2, accept resignation for Nelson Giat from Lower Texas Drainage District and appoint Matthew Solar as his replacement. Motion by Mr. Bro,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Uh-huh.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 3. We're gonna table that, right?
Yeah, well, they came.
Well, we're gonna table this.
No, I'm just messing.
No, I'm saying, well, they came.
All right, item number
I mean-
3.
Yeah,
Request approval to pay advertising for Blundell drainage bids in the amount $500 for Ward 1.
all the advertisements for your Pineville project, there's fees attached to that. The grants don't have administrative money, so it's gotta come from somewhere, so.
Take it from
your
it.
drainage.
That's $500, yeah.
And we hoping that that covers. all.
Okay.
And if it goes over, just, you want to just allow a allowance of what, not to go
No,
over?
500 is allowing some, we think we should be
Sounds
covered.
good.
Second.
Give me my change back. Mr.
Give me my
Blanchard,
change
second
back.
by
You don't
Mr.
use
Carter.
you.
All in favor? Any opposed?
I want my change back, Jay.
Motion carries, all right. Item number 4, request approval for culvert replacement on Cardinal Street, Ward 4.
Yeah, the project involves replacing several undersized cement culverts in the area with larger plastic ones. Also going, look to install 2 catch basins. It's going to improve drainage for the residents in the neighborhood. So some small 10-inch cement jars and it's causing a bottleneck on water on both sides.
Got a total estimated project cost of $5,423.25. Motion by Mr. Blanchard. Second by Mr. Burl. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries. Item number 5, request approval culvert replacement at 4512 Highway 1, Ward 5.
Yeah, this is a large outfall culvert that's collapsed, causing drainage issues. It's also created a large hole in a resident's yard and a large washout under the driveway, causing a liability issue.
All right, estimated project total is $6,544.50. Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Ms. Blanchard, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 6, request approval for culvert replacement at 155 Virginia Street, Ward 6.
Yeah, this is a collapsed metal culvert, causing a drainage issue, on a farm to market road.
So, is the correct address 255 or 155?
It's 255. I think I emailed you. the wrong number.
255.
It's 255.
Yeah, I think I sent you 155.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7, update on scope change of my area drainage improvements, Ward 4.
Those of you?
Joe?
Nope.
No.
No, he's not here.
Yo, show Joe.
We'll deal with, come to it later if he comes in.
If he comes, we'll just.
7 and 8. 7 and 8.
7 and 8.
Very important that we.
All right, let's table 7 and 8.
He emailed scopes of work to us on that, but there's no.
You're supposed to do a report on. He's supposed to report on.
All right, number 9, request approval to repair a catch basin at the intersection of Virginia and Adams Street, Ward 6.
Yeah, this is an older cinder block style catch basin. I have no idea how long it's been there, but it needs some repairs, because it's causing drainage backing up.
Total cost of $1,075.50. Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.
We get the 4:45 Finance Committee meeting together. Let the record reflect all members are present. Request approval to pay list of bills submitted through July 18th, 2024.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Nakam. Second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of budget comparison statements for June 2024.
Those statements were enclosed for your review. There are some accounts that have some overages. Most of them are relative to insurance and some of them is to increased maintenance. But I did start today on working on amended budgets, so we will amend those budgets shortly.
Motion accept as read.
Motion to accept by Mr. Nakam. Second. Sorry, who, second? Mr. Mathern? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to purchase a ULV mosquito sprayer.
Mr. Claymont's not here today. He is sick, but he asked that you all consider this. He has a out of commission sprayer. I think he told me only 2 trucks are spraying right now, possibly. And there's no one to work on the existing sprayer, so he's really in need of this sprayer.
Nobody in the budget.
I would assume so. With our increase, we should have $20,000 for equipment.
Motion approved. Ordered yesterday.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Discuss electric gate replacement at detention center, the amount of $19,000.
So Mr. Madera reached out to me and we're having some issues with the electronic assembly to open and close the gate. We've had this before. We spoke about it probably 2 or 3 years ago, but we were able to repair it. We drilled some holes in the center of the gears, had them custom made. But we're running out of options and it takes a lot of time to have these gears built and manufactured from a machine shop. So I reached out to Amco Fence and Steel Company. They came out and looked at it. And they gave a price of $18,675. I did also reach out to the sheriff, asked if possibility of some assistance, but he wasn't, he didn't offer any. So if we replace it, according to their quote, it'd be $18,675. That would also include a new electronic assembly, but we would be responsible for any wiring from there to our jail if it needed to be updated.
What they do now, they put it behind?
I don't know what they did before, but I'm sure there's a conduit that runs through it and we'd have to pull it through into the jail.
What they doing now?
Oh, no, it's working, but it slips and it jumps and it eventually, doesn't open all the way.
So they get always manual open and close it.
Yeah, they can manually open and close it, yeah,
Sounds good to
but
me.
electrically it's a lot better. We do have a turnbuckle pulling the fence back upright that is in the ground currently to hold it straight. So there is some much needed repairs there.
This gate does go to the motor pool, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So not really to the detentions.
Well,
it goes to
access the.
it goes to the booking area.
Yes.
It's probably open and closed
That's where they go.
50 times a day.
Okay.
Right.
Did you
Probably
obtain
more.
any other quotes?
No, that's the only fence company that I reached out to just
And this has come out the
1%
building fund. Motion.
You got money in
Motion to approve the replacement of the electric gate by Mr. Alcorn,
it? Second.
second by Mr. Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to purchase 2 3/4-ton 4-wheel drive Ram trucks for public works at a total price of $94,000.
I put this on the agenda. I found 2 trucks on the state bid site. Our road and bridge side is in desperate need of vehicles, since the not being able to use the mosquito abatement vehicle. So I recommend we purchase these 2 vehicles.
Currently, $150,000 is in the budget for capital equipment. Not just vehicles, just capital.
Capital equipment. So
For
we
this-
got,
for
we
this
got
calendar year.
$56,000 left.
Yeah.
All right, motion.
we did buy some new trucks too, not too long ago?
Last year, we bought 3 half tons.
Okay.
Yeah. But the mosquito, we used to better utilize mosquito abatement trucks. That was 4 trucks we could use as we at will. But then that was curtailed, so now he's in a bond for trucks, I agree with that. And both the 3/4-ton trucks are, I think, the newest one is 7 years old, the other one's 12 years old, so.
We need an update. Motion.
So are the any of the vehicles gonna be surplus? with this purchase or?
No, that F-250 won't?
Well, I mean, you could surplus it.
No, not that one, the one you have at.
Oh, no, so that one could be used for the litter abatement. It's repaired in Thibodeau right now.
How you repaired?
Yeah, so at this time, none could be surplus. Need every single one.
Motion on the floor
We're
by,
gonna be like a state,
Mr.
everybody's gonna
Nakam?
drive a truck?
Second.
second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Motion adjourned by Mr.
Got a
Nakam.
deviation, right? Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
It's really great, so. That's a regular meeting, not final.
We could do that. We'll do it in the regular meeting.
All right.
Motion adjourned.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
It's 4:55, we'll get the personnel committee meeting started. Let the record reflect all members are present. Item number one, request approval to end the probationary period for Katie Metzer, Special Assistant to Secretary Treasurer, effective July 2024.
I do, make that recommendation. She's doing a great job. Still getting new things and getting exposed to new things, but it's a work in progress.
So, she said she won't stay, y'all.
Second. Motion by Jamie, second by Mr. Carter, all in favor? Nays? Motion passed. Item number two, request approval for the parish manager to hire the following: Levi Jones, equipment operator, grade 5, step 12. Gordon Lewis Jr., maintenance worker, grade 4, step 13, road and bridge. And Trell Carter, maintenance worker, grade 4, step 13, 1%.
Okay, I just need some clarification on this, Aaron, because y'all sent me something today about a change that the maintenance worker for 1% is a general maintenance worker, and that's a grade 4, and the regular maintenance worker for road and bridge, the general maintenance worker for 1% is a grade 5, and a maintenance worker for road and bridge is 4. So they both reflected here the same grade, but different fund.
Right, so the road and bridge one was in our policy is the manual, that one is a road and bridge maintenance
There's a
worker.
regular maintenance worker,
Correct, on the road and bridge side.
she's a 4, okay, and the 1%.
Right, he was, again, that's the 1% for like buildings.
Okay, but that's a grade 5, is all I'm pointing out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we can change to grade 4 now? I mean, 5, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to point it out to make sure it was approved correctly.
Okay.
So that one would be a 5. The one,
So which one that is?
the Kentrell Carter, the maintenance worker for 1% is a grade 5.
Step 13 still.
You have to see what step is.
Yeah, we have to see which stuff.
Gonna be, 9. 5, step 9.
Motion approved.
Motion by Mr. Narcan. Second by Mr. Fonville. All in favor? Nays? Motion passed.
And of course, that is after all pre-employment paperwork is approved.
You got an effective start date on this?
So if approved tonight, Ms. Nikki said they can start doing their background checks and physicals and stuff starting tomorrow and Friday. So it'll be one day next week.
Item number 3, discuss recommendations from parish manager relative to personnel changes.
Mike, is something you'd like to be held in executive session? So I thought we could do, Mr. Calabro?
Has everybody been notified?
Yes, they have.
Okay, then yes.
Motion to enter
Motion
executive
by
session.
Mr. Blanchard. Second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Nays? Call, all in favor? Aye. Nays? Back in regular session.
Mr. Chair, there's a reference to item 3 with recommendations to the parish manager. This time, I make a motion that the jury take the recommendations under advisement and allow the secretary treasurer to review the impacts to the budget. And upon the completion of that review, we'll call a special meeting of the personnel committee to discuss these recommendations, and we'd like that to happen prior to our next regular meeting.
I second it.
Mr. Chair, also, when, as the Secretary Treasurer is reviewing the budget and also the impacts, we also like to have the parish manager sit in with her to also have that review too as well. So he needs to be a part of that.
A motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Carter, all in favor?
Aye.
Nays?
Motion adjourned.
Passed. Motion by Mr.
Oh, wait, no, I
Nakane.
have.
No, she got a deviation.
I emailed it to y'all. Oh, my.
Everybody?
This is the summary of job titles by pay grades that we had some revisions to. The last revisions was when we made the structural change to equipment operators 1, 2, and 3. But there was supposed to be some additional changes, so I didn't bring it to you all to change it at that time, but that never happened. So those changes noted on there would bring it up to scale and where we are today.
Motion to deviate by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Pondell, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Again, that takes every job position that we have now, it has the applicable grade on it, and it just puts it in that format, and that goes into the personnel manual for all employees.
It would just be vague. and
If
simple.
you all would prefer to wait and add it as a line item on that special meeting,
You can do that.
Let's do that. That'd be the best thing, so we
Alright,
could all
that's
see it.
fine.
Motion adjourned
Second.
by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Pondell, all in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Go ahead and get started with the Road and Bridge Committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. 3 items on the agenda. Number 1, update on the road overlay program. Sawa.
Good evening, gentlemen. Yes, I spoke with the road contractor this afternoon. He has 3 roads left to actually complete paving, and that is Bayou Drive. He has to put the final layer on South Bay Road. And then he also has to complete E.G. Roche. He has all of those plans in his possession.
You rubbish or you mean football?
Excuse me, Woodlawn, I apologize. It is Woodlawn, I misspoke. That amount of work opening day is gonna take him approximately a week to finish all of that. And then once he finishes those, we're going to go back and we're gonna rewalk every street and go over, because we've had kind of a running punch list because he's been moving from area to area. And we're gonna regenerate those running punch lists. Some of them have been emailed to you all as we move in and out of your wards. So, and once that's done, then we were gonna come to you all requesting substantial completion, once we have that finalized list put together. As it stands right now, we are still waiting on test results to come back. We've had random core samples done on the roads where paving has been completed. But those test results of those core samples have not come back from the testing labs as of yet. We were hoping to be done by the end of this month. The rain last week and this week and some delays by the contractor have pushed this back. We are now pressing him to, as soon as we get some good dry weather, he has everything he needs from our office to complete the job. So we're looking for a dry week and him to come in and complete these items.
So so there's 3 roads that we're waiting on the contractor for. The rest of the roads to generate this punch list. What's the time frame on getting that done?
Our offices are already out. Brian with our offices is tasked right now with going out and going over those roads. If he sees any anomalies, I of course will go out as well. And he will be getting with you all for the punch list that we had to see what has been done, because there are some things that are done. They went and did, I'll give you an example, on Elaine Street, they went and did some shoulder work. However, the shoulder work was not to specification, so that is one of the things that's remaining on that punch list, because it has to be, we're not gonna let it off until it's completed correctly.
I didn't take none of mine yet.
Right,
And there's quite a bit, I can tell you, on the punch list, just so you're all aware. We're aware that there is still work to be done out there. There's a lot of shoulder work and a lot of cleanup.
They should do it by the end of Harry.
I 100% agree. 100% agree.
Where's the, I don't know, I didn't receive a punch list lately, like it's been.
No,
It's been you wouldn't have received one recently. It would have been more of a running list. We've been kind of having a running list in our office because as he does work, we're thinking, hey, just like you all would think, saying, hey, while you're right here, it would be advantageous for the contractor to do those items. However, that's not how they're choosing to do the work, and I cannot control.
You didn't work last week nor this week, correct?
No, sir.
But I requested last week a list of roads that the contractor deems complete. So that we can go look and see, but we have not received that.
But I think Joseph
Well,
emailed
if
and,
I emailed back, I don't know if,
yeah, he emailed back.
I don't know if you got my email, but I'm not deeming any of them complete until we have the opportunity, till we say they're complete.
That's different than what I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm not asking if you're deeming it complete. I'm asking if the contractor is deeming. Essentially, I'm receiving complaints on some of the work.
Mhm.
And I just want to know if the contractor thinks he's finished or if he has additional work. We just need that punch list to know what the contractor expects that he has to go back and do. So that we can start that process sooner rather than later
Yes, sir.
on getting him in line of what needs to be completed.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to wait until substantial completion to just drop the punch list on him.
No,
He needs
no.
to know now that we're not satisfied.
100% agree. And so, yes, let me get you, I'll contact him, have him, we sent him the items that we deemed as punch list items. I will ask him to give us an update on what roads he deems complete so that we can, and I will send that to all of you. And that way you all can look at it. Now, please keep in mind, if he says it's complete, that doesn't mean it's acceptable to us.
I understand that completely, and our walkthrough will determine that, but
Yes, sir.
I just want to know where he stands on these roads.
Correct.
So probably about a month or two back, when some work was done in the area. I don't know if Brian reached out to the rest of the jury, but I know he reached out to me, and him and I rode exactly where work was done and work was performed in my area. And we pointed out a lot of errors. So I know he has a list definitely from my area with a lot of things that was identified that needs to be corrected.
We've
So I
given
don't
him a
know if-
list on every area, just so you're aware.
All I'm asking
I
is
don't
for
know
that
if
to be
he,
shared.
I don't know if Brian ever contacted any, that's what I'm asking, that's my question.
And Mr. Blanchard, I understand your request now, so let me do this. Let me reach out to the contractor again tomorrow and ask him to provide me with an updated list of the punch list items that he has and what roads he's deeming complete, and I can provide that to you.
Thank you, Joe. Next two items, 2 and 3, all in Ward 4, request approval of application quantities replacements of speed bumps for Maple Street and also Willow Street. We do know that Mr. Claymore is not here today, but he does have it in the packet. Maple Street, was approved by 67%, also Willow Street as well, 67% that qualifies, so I'm asking for a motion to, got a motion by Mr. Brew. Second. And got a second by Mr. Fonville, all in favor? All opposed, ayes have it, motion carried, motion to adjourn.
That's for 2 and 3. You're doing
That's for,
together?
yeah, for 2
Okay,
and 3, Maple Street and Willow Street.
good deal.
I got a motion on the floor by Mr. Fonville, second by Mr. Brew.
Verse twice.
Huh?
Flipped.
I flipped it, yeah,
Yeah, we got it.
meeting adjourned.
Yep.
All right, we call the engineering grants committee meeting to order, record reflect everybody's present. Update from GIS engineering. Mr. Lusky.
Good evening, jurors. In front of you, I dropped off, handed out,
two sheets, and that's basically, pages from the master plan. Just to get the projects back in front of you, so y'all can refresh out on, the locations and what the project names were. So the first top page is the local projects, the next page is more the watershed scale, regional type projects. And, as last time, I did say that we would go through and look at what grants have been submitted and for funding purposes, where we were. And so dating back to August of 22, there's been 9 grants in reference to this particular master plan for drainage, and well, 2 others, one being the water sector program and another one being the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. But I have a list here. Of those 9, 3 have been awarded. And those 3 are by LWI in the water sector, so Bayou St. Vincent, sewer plant and lift station upgrades, and Constant Canal. The ones that were submitted and not awarded were the Himalaya Bayou dredging, Rule St. Martin, Pierre Part Bay and Grassy Lake dredging, roadway and drainage improvements, and Bell River dredging and community center emergency. So those are the outstanding ones that were submitted unsuccessfully. Yeah, unsuccessful. So I have a list here, and the idea of this is the beginning of prioritizing projects so we can get that work on the DC flyer. So just try to see what projects are priority, and we can go from there.
Anything on Jolly Moore Street drainage project?
So on the agenda, the Jolimore, Bertramville, and Bell Rose proposal have been submitted, and I believe they're waiting on cost review, analysis review. And that's where we are right now. The Constant Canal survey is being done, about another week of surveying in the field. And Mr. Schwartz will be reaching out to Public Works.
Any questions, Mr. Lester?
Rieta, where are you with the cost analysis? Like what point is it at?
I haven't started it on those 3.
That Bureau of Judges been apply for it again, if we didn't get it.
Yeah, we seeking different funding grant sources.
With the Murray drainage.
All of them on these 2 sheets is what we're looking into. These 2, every single project.
So, I guess you know that, and all the rest know that Bureau of dredging comes all the way from Platinum all the way down through us. So they're just not helping us, it's helping them too.
Correct, regional side.
Right.
Any other questions?
So one question I have before we're done with it, Mr. Gordon, with the South Central Planning assistance in the grants, is the cost analysis something that you could provide for these projects? I know in Rieta shared role, I don't know when she'll get to them or to get these projects moving.
I don't believe that was part of our contract.
Understood. Yeah, I'm just asking if that's a service that you could provide.
We haven't in the past. I could look into it though and get back with you. I'd hate to make a commitment right now.
Sure.
I'll find out. I'll let you know.
Thank you.
In the past, OCD assisted on one call with, yeah. So OCD had their contractor go over it and work with Parish. So that was the cost analysis. So we reach out to them or?
I'm gonna look at it tomorrow. I should be okay now. I mean, I needed assistance because that was the first one I did.
Okay.
But I did one since then, so I can work on.
I would think a good thing is we don't have another list of bills until the 14th, the week before the 14th. So that gives an extra week where she can potentially give this some attention. Because we have a meeting in
next,
3 weeks.
yeah, and then next week I'm only gonna be here 3 days.
So we'll try to give that some priority.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Lester.
Thank you.
Next item update from the Planners Design Group. Gerald Street levy project and ring levels and Pep.
For Gerald Street, still in permitting. Looks like we're gonna need to do HMIA level 3 and some cultural resources. As for the ring levies, regarding, permit 353, still in permitting right now. We had a conversation with the Corps responding to an RFI. And so it's still on their docket. They need to get back to us in about a week or two.
So
And then-
for Jarvis, project levy, no permit has been received yet.
No, the permitting on that one's gonna take a little bit of time, just given the scale of the project.
See some wetland coming involved in it?
It's gonna be hard to avoid the wetland, unless there's a sufficient argument that we can make to the Corps on why that project should not need to mitigate, and we may be able to lean on y'all and y'all's relationships with, whatever council people we have to kind of guide that. But as of now, it's looking like mitigation is gonna be a requirement.
Good
Question. There was an email that was sent out on July the 20th. I think all the jurors received. I think it's pertaining to y'all. That's what y'all talking about the same
Yeah,
thing?
were you able to submit those, those construction dates and the commencement dates? That was the little back and forth. I think that was 2021-0574.
Right. No, we were still working, so I know you were checking with your permit guy to see.
Yeah, so check with him, and it's really just, I know there's a lot of caveats on that one. What was actually installed versus what was permitted, how it exists now, how it impacts the permit that we're currently moving forward with. Really, it's just checking a box. And so it's just, if we can provide that when we basically broke ground and when we last touched it, just so that those two dates allow that permit to get closed out.
That permit is still valid though, correct? For that one ring levy.
For that one levy. But it's also being rolled in to 353 and all of those 9 sites.
All right. Anything else?
So we gotta make some phone calls.
It would help, but when we're ready for that, I'll let you know.
Thank you, sir. Brian, you there? Update from Infinity Engineering, Parish Wide Sewer Plant Improvement Project?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Sir, any updates?
I have no update. We are still waiting on the results of the rate study.
All right,
Where we at with that?
we're working.
Yeah, they're working on it.
It's being worked on, Brian.
If I could ask, who is the agency who's in charge of handling that?
New Gen Strategies,
Eugene Strategies?
New Gen.
Yeah,
Oh, New Gen, sorry. My dad's name is Eugene, sorry. New Gen Strategies. Is there anything they need from us?
As of right now, no.
Okay. Well, that's all I got. I mean, I know, I don't think the property has been acquired yet either, correct?
No.
Okay, so, I mean, we technically could go to bid without that, but, that's also something I had on my mind.
I think the landowner just want an updated map of the property since we had to add a little bit more property to it. Hopefully we can get that resolved pretty quickly. You got that map, Brian?
So when I met with the attorney, I gave him a copy of the maps. At that time, he may have misplaced them or something.
Yeah, so he contacted.
I just sent emails back to Ms. Rayetta with those maps
Okay.
again, so he can give them to.
Yeah, I'll follow up with Brian and we can discuss, the layout.
Yep, no problem.
anything else, Mr.
I
Brian?
submitted what Gainey asked for, on the
Yes.
size of the property and the maps, and then we also changed, the location of it. So that's in talks right now also.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you a call tomorrow, Brian.
Be needed. Sir?
I said I'll give you a call tomorrow. We can talk about it.
Yes, you can give me a call, no problem.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Brian.
Thank you.
Next item, update from Accountant Grants Coordinator. Look like you need action to authorize the president to sign a community build agreement and hold homes agreement for the Bell Rose Playground.
Yes, that should be in y'all packet. It's for the, to put the playground equipment together at the Belrose, library.
Right, so that equipment was obtained with the help of LSU Ag Center. And it was designed as a community build project, so we're gonna have volunteer organizations assist in putting it together. So they sent us a community build agreement that we have to sign. I can't sign it unless I have the jury approval to sign it. And then the hold harmless agreement is part of that, their requirements, so that any volunteers that come on site, sign that agreement to protect the parish and, the contractor.
Entertain a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, update from, South Central Planning Development Commission. Mr. Gordon?
Yeah, Pat Gordon with South Central Planning. We've submitted a new little spreadsheet of the updated spreadsheet of the grants that were handed over to us. And I believe that Mr. Ron Alcorn had asked that we put on the list that which individuals would be handling the grants in South Central Planning. So we've gone ahead and identified, I've got about 4 of them right now, and some of the other planners have, I guess, another 5. So we are working through these grants and files, and we did apply for the Pankerville Community Park. We put in a letter of intent that was hand delivered by Assumption Administration last week. We'll be waiting on the outcome on that. And we also had the Shell Beach boat launch. We thought that project was ready for the purchase of the property, but apparently that was didn't have clear title, and they needed to clear the title on the property. So we're in negotiations with the owner, trying to get that straight. And we did contact the attorney regarding. So we're just working through these grants and seeing if we can't get them up and running and closed out. Any questions?
Thanks, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thanks, Pat. Kevin Kanye coming?
No, Kevin's not gonna be coming.
He said he was. Take it back. Next item, discuss rebidding for a fire hydrant project.
Good evening. Yes, I spoke with the waterworks this past week regarding, as I was under the understanding that they had utilized some of the hydrants during an emergency on the ground. They actually confirmed that those hydrants weren't needed, so all of the hydrants that are needed are in fact on the ground. So the next step is.
You said they did not touch any?
No, they didn't. They did not. I was informed that they, keep in mind, this was back in COVID and they were not able to, after we had received our hydrants, they weren't able to get theirs. They had some issues that had come up and they had asked permission from the jury at that time to utilize a couple of them, 2 or 3, I think. And I was and that was the last I had heard of it. So I was under the impression that they had used them. Long story short, they did not. They ended up not using them. So those hydrants are on the ground along with the valves. Now that we have an accounting of that, I spoke with Mr. Francis to see, he's looking at what hydrants over this, and so much time has taken place. There was a prioritized list by the fire departments as well as the water department for the priorities list of the hydrants to be changed. Some of those hydrants have actually been worked on or changed by the waterworks. So what I'm tasked with now is we're going to reach out one last time to the fire departments once again to make sure that those lists that we have currently shown on the plans and everything matches everything. Once that's good, we're going to make any adjustments we need to make to the plans and re-advertise.
Just to add to that, Mr. Sawa, I've reached out to the fire departments last week, and 3 out of the 5 have answered back with their hydrant list, so I can get that to you.
That would greatly help us, because I mean, we have a limited number of hydrants, as you all know. I want to say this right at 70.
74. I counted them.
Okay. 74 hydrants. I don't believe at this point there's enough money to get them all installed. But we're going to utilize the funds that are available and get as many of them in the ground as we can.
This is all still underneath the current contract?
Yes, sir.
No
increase.
No increase.
No, I did, email, I was asked by Mr. Calabro, it was it's been some time now, regarding any increase in cost as far as rebidding. I'll pull it up again, but I think at that time I had told you that there was gonna be a cost for re-advertising, which you all paid directly, so I'm estimating that's gonna be around $250. And then I had indicated that there was gonna be about a $1,500 charge from our office for having to make the revisions to the plans and rebid. That,
No, that email was like 7,000.
I'm thinking $7,000.
Seven.
7,000.
I just have to look back. I'm not
sure. It was
I,
7,000.
I can look, and it's a lot of time has passed, so I'll pull it back up and resend it to you all. If that is sufficient, those changes, we'll get them done and turn it back around as
The
quick as
problem
we
is the
can.
$7,000. The jury has to approve or not approve and find the funding source.
$7,000 for the re-advertise.
That's what he said.
That's the,
Just
to adjust the plans, specs, time changes and so forth, and turn around and put it back out. Yes, sir.
If there's any corrections based off his list, suppose the list is the same.
If,
and the fire-
if nothing is changed and it's simple date changes and specification updates, we can certainly offer that at a reduced cost. The amount was a 7,000 not to exceed.
So I know.
And I can do that on a time basis and like I said, if there is no change to the list and there's no change to the plans and I'm simply updating, times, dates, specifications and just flipping them back around with a new advertisement, you're talking minimal hours and,
I'm not sure what changes, from the list of hydrants, like you said.
well,
It'll be different locations,
that's
for the same hydrant.
Same hydrants, yes, sir, but if they've changed the priority at all, and now I'm dealing with new locations, you're talking about new one calls, going out, reassessing those new sites, getting with the waterworks, coordinating with the size line that we'll be connecting to, and how to shut down that offer, how to shut it down.
Was any of that done already prior? No.
It was done for the current list,
One calls and all that was done?
everything. My office does, the one calls for the construction were not done. That can only be done by the contractor. My office preliminarily does one calls during the design so that we can identify any conflicts in the area, especially when we're gonna be digging in the ground.
Where was the money?
So you were paid in full for this engineering service, correct?
Not, I've been paid up to a certain percentage of the
Not,
design
not part of the final inspection.
and not part of, and none of the final
None,
inspection.
none of that was done.
How much he was paid on this so far? Any idea?
No, not right.
A
I
couple
can
years
find
ago
out.
now.
Yeah, I don't know right off. the top.
I'll go back and I can provide all of that to you. And I can provide you records of what we were paid, and what percentage of the design was left.
We're on extension now, right?
Yeah, on extension and Mr. Chair, is there any way, I don't know who's reaching out to the fire departments, if it's gonna be Joe or if it's gonna be Mr. LeBlanc. But if we can get at least a 2-week or 30-day turnaround, we need to get this rolling.
Right, and
So we
so,
need to play with it this time,
Look,
no?
If it would ease your minds at all, if Mr. LeBlanc can provide the list, I will reach out to the fire departments over the next week or so. And then I can contact Ms. Torres and let her know that whether or not there would be any changes or charges to that effect and basically give her an updated estimate of what those would be. I was asked by Mr. Calabro in that email, so at the time, not knowing what those changes would be, I gave a not to exceed cost of $7,000.
so, I know I spoke to Mr. LeBlanc about getting that list so that we made sure that the requests that came from the fire departments were comparable. If, one person said the hydrant wasn't operable, Paul's able to review that, and make sure that we're spreading it out evenly as far as for the need. So you can just work with him instead of going to each individual fire. He's already in
I've
contact.
got 3 out of the 5.
Look, that makes life easier, that makes life easier and will certainly reduce, the charges to you all for the.
Do that look like, I don't know for sure when we're gonna meet, but we're probably gonna meet
The 7th.
the 7th. Okay, probably gonna meet on the 7th, so have that.
I can have you a hard number, I can have you hard numbers by the 7th and.
Or earlier.
That, you know,
And
I
on
can
the-
have it prior to that. I'll have it prior to that, but I'm telling you so that you all can make a decision.
And I'd like to structure the bids from the contractors on a per hydrant basis. That way we know we have more hydrants than we can install. So that way we can add to the list after the bid is out, if we see that the bids come back low enough that we can. add
We
on.
had bid it on a unit price basis prior, so, we'll be bidding it similarly. However, we'll probably be a little bit more specific now that we actually have the hydrants and we have the certain valves. That was one of the discussions that I had with Mr. Francis with the waterworks is, once we have finalized that list, before we hit the ground, I want to be able to coordinate with them on shutting down lines and so forth so that we can be more efficient when putting those hydrants and all on the ground. He did indicate that they do have a number of the hydrants that were on that list. Some of them have valves, and if those valves are good and operable, that's one of the things that we will probably have on a unit price basis that we can remove from the bid in order to save some cost and get us a little further down the road.
All right,
As well, I received the email about the request to cancel the bond with Byron E. Talbot, so I don't want to sign that until you all authorize that release. That's the current contractor for the install. Mike, we should be clear to move on.
That's terminated regardless, yes, and as long as the engineer had signed it off on the July 10th email, which I believe he said there were no incurred expenses, there'd be no reason not to cancel that out.
Okay.
They had forwarded my office a request to cancel documents, so I had forwarded it.
Can I get the authorization for me to
We
sign?
need to approve on that, put approve on that, Jeff?
motion for
Me to sign
Kim to sign.
the request to cancel.
The request to cancel the bond.
I will get with Mr. LeBlanc, end of this week,
Motion
beginning
by
of next
Mr.
week.
Diaz. Second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed? Work on it, though, we need it.
Yes.
Update on Ag Center, roof project.
Yes, that project, we delivered plans to Public Works Department and a new bid date has been set and advertised. We'll be receiving bids on September 11th.
September 11th. Good deal.
September 11th.
Update on courthouse renovations project.
So I spoke with Mr. John, and he sent me some points of interest for demolition to be inspected. But with the current events, we hadn't been able to collectively go over there and demo these areas, because we're gonna make a schedule between us and his contractor to evaluate and inspect it. So we are just working on a date to be able to meet together, demo these areas in small proportions, and evaluate the internal portions of the walls and the areas he identified in the pictures. I need to make contact with him again and say, okay, this is the exact date. They'll have a contractor come and then we'll do our portion to assist him with it.
Cut holes in the wall and
Yes.
investigate.
Yes. Inside? Yes, he sent some pictures in different places that they identified that they would like to see. So we'll just have to basically cut a square out.
Hidden?
Yeah. And try to evaluate it.
What's the timeline to get that report back? Anybody know?
He didn't give me any specific timeline, Ron. I mean, I can ask him, how long does it take once we do the inspection? And then I'll bring it back to you.
Thank you. Next item is a request approval for 4-foot hardship variance on the front property line at 113 Bell Acadian.
I spoke to Justin today, he's all right with it. He says fine.
I did speak to Justin, too, just in case, and he did say that everything was provided.
Oh, see, I'm not lying, see?
You're not lying.
I'm not lying.
So it's a front, so there's no neighbors involved, just make sure, we always like to make sure.
Yeah, Kim, check it out for me.
He actually called me, Myron, I didn't call him.
I called him too.
All right, so with that being said, you making a motion, Myron?
Motion, yeah.
Motion by Myron Mathern, is there a
Second by
second?
Kim.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Next item, discuss temporary shelter assistance, waiver of land use permit form, opt-in, opt-out.
Yes, sir. I put that on the agenda. That's, it was done last year and with that, and both steps are asking for that same, opt-in or opt-out, designation this year. It is, if there would be an event in this parish where there had to be temporary housing assistance or people had to put in FEMA trailers or any type of trailer or temporary housing in the parish, it would allow us to waive the land use regulations. That's only if there'd be a storm event of a state of emergency or a federal declaration.
So it's all temporary.
Yes, sir, just temporary housing.
Correct.
And last year y'all opted in, so and they're asking for the same result, to opt in.
All right, so you need action from the jury on that one?
Yes, sir.
Motion.
Signature from the
Motion
president.
out there by Mr. Blanchard,
Second.
second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Any other items? Motion adjourned, Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Bro, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
All right, it is 6:36. We'll call to order the regular meeting of the Assumption Parish Police Jury for Wednesday, July 24th. Let the record reflect all members are present. God, who teaches us by sending the light of the Holy Spirit into our hearts, grant that by the light of that Spirit, right judgment may be ours, and that we may ever find joy in his guidance. Amen.
Let's pledge, please. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item, like to ask if any jury had any additional corrections to the previous minutes. And if we have none, then I'll entertain a motion to accept approval of those minutes.
Motion to accept the approvals of the July 10th meeting, including all any necessary corrections.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn,
Second.
second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Public comment period. At this time, we'll accept public comment for any items on the agenda. Second call. Last call. Let the record reflect no public comment. Drainage Committee report, Chairman Ponville.
Yes, sir. Drainage Committee meeting was held this afternoon at 4:30. All members were present. Item number one, we heard from Mr. William Marshall discussing drainage concerns in the Labradorville area. We also replaced Mr. Nelson Giat with Mr. Matthew Sudlar on the Lower Texas Drainage Gravity District. We approved to pay advertising for Pineville Drainage. We approved the culvert replacement at Cardinal Street, at 4512 Highway 1, 255 Virginia Street. We did not, Joseph, you here? We did not get an update for the Maury drainage improvements, the Lower Texas. Can you give us that update, please?
Yes, I can.
Before we close on?
I had forwarded to the jury, basically, we just had an adjustment to the, construction scopes of work for both the Mare and the Lower Texas drainage areas. After meeting with Mr. Bro and Mr. Blankenship, we were looking at the overall work that a lot of the work, that we were originally tasked with, the jury has done, in-house, with some time. So we wanted to adjust those scopes to reduce them and then incorporate some other drainage needs in those areas. The overall project budget is not changing. We're just simply swapping out areas where we were gonna do dredging that's already been completed to areas where no more dredging is needed that wasn't originally included. So with that said, both scopes are very brief. I'll read them both. The Mare area drainage improvements, the project shall include dredging portions of the Mare Canal, the outfall to Bayou Lafourche, and ditches along Oakley Road, and pump station improvement, including the installation of culverts, cleaning and maintenance of the pumps, and relocation and expansion of the bar screen to Concian Road, and then drainage improvements along Concian Road.
That's added work that you put in there?
No, we reduced the amount of dredging because a lot of clearing and dredging had already been done by some of the parish. We already had in the scope to expand the existing bar screen. At this point, in looking at it, it's actually advantageous for us while we're expanding that bar screen to go ahead and move it. We're gonna move it further up the canal, more away from the pump station to give a wider or a larger area of reservoir behind the screen. And that will also be able to give the parish access from Concierge Road to actually access the screen with heavy equipment to keep it clean. That's the main scope of change there.
My only concern is these guys been out there working on this project for close to a year at least.
30 years.
And we got neighborhoods that's threatening to flood that we need to keep maintenance up on, and we don't have the manpower. We need to finish this project out.
Definitely.
I think that was the point of the meeting, is that there has been extensive work done by the parish, so they wanted to incorporate that into the original scope of work that we were tasked with. And then, if you all recall, this project, along with the Lower Texas project, were originally scoped as one project. Earlier, or at the end of last year, you all requested that we split this project in two, and we reduced the cost by $27,000 of design to remit that back to the jury. That allowed that money to be transferred to the drainage budget and allowed a lot of that in-house work to be done.
What's your estimated cost on that project?
Both of them, I didn't bring them with me tonight.
That's for that long range plan.
I want to say combined, I know one was right at around 600,000. Combined, they're a total of, I think, right at about 1.2, maybe a little less.
4.
If I'm not mistaken, the original was 1.4 million that was allocated for the project when it was combined. Then, once it was split, that number went apart. The parish elected to do a certain portion of the project. We completed ours. We're completely done with the parish side of it. We could not clean out from Marais to Bayou Lafourche because the excavator wouldn't reach, as advised by our operator. We couldn't reach it, and we couldn't go to the other side. Mr. Landry walked it. It was massive sized trees. So I made a recommendation that to clean it, we might have to bring in a marsh buggy, which would access the ditch from the portion that we cleaned on Marais Canal. While we were there doing that, we could also install 2 culverts in the levee. There's one existing, but we have no way when the water's high to access the gate. So we would put another one in and give us some subsurface drainage to assist with the pumps if we need it. You can open the valve, let the water come out into Bayou Lafourche. It would take some of the pressure off of Georgette, and up that way when the water levels come up, we can't pump it fast enough. It would give us the ability to let the water out. From Oakley Road coming forward to Highway 1, originally they were gonna put some culverts in and do it, but we had spoke about it, said we could actually just dig it and put it at the elevation of the ditch, which will give you some more reservoir to take some of the water, allow it to be relieved on the other end. And then the portion that goes back up, I guess it would be south of Oakley Road going back towards his home is about 4,800 feet. We were originally gonna do it with our small equipment, but because there was additional funding inside of the budget that was created initially, we could use that portion to contract, so it would relieve the parish of having to take care of that portion of it. And we just encompassed it into the project. That's what we did, Chris. And there were talks at the end of Concierge making a connectivity. So we incorporated it together as a drainage project so we could access it there. I remember a lot of talks about different types of bar screens and whatnot. I said, we only need to be able to access it with a machine if it compiles too much. But now that the canal is open, we should be able to effectively spray it and keep most of it down, so we don't have that buildup of vegetation against it. Prior to, the screens was so close to the pumps, when you're pulling 90,000 gallons a minute, it's sucking the canal, anything with it, to it, and it's a matter of a short period of time, you have no flow. So if you back it up to Concierge, it gives you the reservoir, you can continue to pump the water. So that's how it was created. So the parish is completely done with our portion of it. It's all gonna be through bid and contract.
So you still have a secondary screen, where's that? Or you just put the one?
You still have a secondary screen
Yes.
that goes around the pump itself.
Right.
Around the station itself. This is just the main bar screen.
Correct.
And speaking to what he said, to generate the money to relocate the screen and do all of this work within the budget that we have, originally scoped in the project was an automated bar screening cleaning system. Problem with that is, it is a mechanical piece of equipment. It was requested by the juror at that time to make it automated because because of the difficulty of its current location and the ability of the maintenance personnel to clean it. The solution here is by moving it to be in line with Concien Road, and actually, we're going to be extending the end of Concien Road out in a pathway where heavy equipment can then access the bar screen from Concien Road, thus eliminating the need for the automated cleaner.
All right.
We still have some funding left in the projects. So.
If I'm not mistaken, the revised cost of estimate actually put it at 980,000, somewhere.
Construction, yes, I think total cost of the project with everything that's been expended to date was between 1.2 and 1.4. But we did
Work
do
on
it.
the budget prior to getting the engineering done, because the last two projects we had were way
Right.
over our budget.
Right.
So we know how much money we have to spend and how much money.
And that was the point, that was the point of this meeting, is because if you recall, as I said, at the end of last year, we were tasked with splitting these projects and reducing the cost and generating, the idea was the money could not be taken out of the GOMESA fund. So they needed to generate monies within the drainage budget. The only allocated area there was the design fee. So we reduced our design fees by $27,000 and reallocated that so that they could do the in-house work that he's speaking of.
We utilize it for parish labor.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Thank
All right.
So you need authorization from these school
I just,
changes to proceed?
as long
to
as,
this?
I'm informing you of the scope changes, it does not change, it's not a scope change to my work. Because if you read the scopes that are included in the design contract, it is for drainage improvements, i.e. bar screens, excavation, and so forth. However, I do think it would be prudent for the jury as a whole to approve these scopes so that when we go out, it is time to go to bid with these projects, that, since they are being paid out of GOMESA funds, as I understand it, that all aligns. So I would ask that you all approve these scopes as they are submitted.
Go make some.
I know you have about $1 million.
But it's being split between
That's the
two
number.
projects, and that's what I'm
Right.
saying, we don't
Talking
know
about.
what
It's
that split is.
look, the cost right now is approximately 600,000 on one and 400,000 on the other. I had provided detailed cost estimates to this jury at the time that we were requested to split. We worked within those budgets to make these changes. I will resubmit those estimates to you all so that but you do have those estimates in your possession.
So that was the question I was wondering. These changes are within those.
Within, I'm not asking for a budget change.
Good. Resend that to us if you could.
Yes, sir.
We need a motion for?
Go move. Didn't need no motion for it.
To approve it.
You want to change the scope?
Change the scope. Man, changing the money, we just change the scope.
Right. We're gonna just approve everything at the end of it.
All right.
All right, last item we approved to repair a catch basin at the intersection of Virginia and Adams Street. Present this all in form of one motion, sir.
All right, let's get an individual motion, please, on item 7 and 8, so that we can have
For the record.
right. So you had a motion by Mr. Bro. and a
Motion by Mr. Bro,
second
second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion to accept all as read.
We have number 8 also.
I thought we did both of them at the same time. All right, item
did
number 8,
7 and 8.
need a vote. Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Patero. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And you have one more item, number 9?
Number 9,
Get that already.
Yeah,
Okay.
we did
All other items.
did them all.
The motion by Mr. Pineville to accept committee report.
Wait, we need a motion on all the other items.
Yeah, that's what
Since y'all
we
separated those two.
How do you say motion to accept
No,
committee
did-
report?
You put it out there, but he
Separate
had
and
stopped and it
separate.
went back. He put it out there.
Motion to accept as read.
We
Second,
need a motion.
second.
Have a motion by Mr. Pineville, second by Mr. Carter. All in
Thank
favor?
you.
Aye.
Opposed?
You keep getting it straight today, man.
All right. Finance Committee meeting held at 4:45. All members were present. We were approved to pay the list of bills submitted through July 18th, 2024. We approved the budget comparison statements for June 2024. We approved the purchase of a ULV mosquito sprayer. We discussed the electric gate replacement at the detention center and approved for replacement of the gate. And we approved to purchase 2 3/4-ton four-wheel drive Ram trucks for public works for a total price of $94,000.
Motion to accept your bid.
Motion to accept the report by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Personnel Committee meeting, report by Mr. Chairman Diaz.
Personnel Committee met at 4:55. All members are present. Item number 1, we approved to end the probationary period for Ms. Katie Metzer, Special Assistant Secretary Treasurer, effective July 27, 24. Item 2, we approved for the parish manager to hire the following: Eli Jones, Equipment Operator 1, Grade 5, Step 12, Road and Bridge. Hardin Lewis Jr., Maintenance Worker, Grade 4, Step 13, Road and Bridge. Cantrell Carter, Maintenance Worker, Grade 5, Step 9, 1%. Item 3, we discussed the recommendations from Parish Manager relative to personnel changes. We advised to meet with Secretary Treasurer to go over the budgets, and we'll hold a special meeting in July.
Beginning of
In August.
August.
The Wednesday, first Wednesday in August.
First Wednesday in August. I present this all in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Bro. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Road and Bridge Committee report, Chairman Alcorn.
Yeah, Road and Bridge Committee met this afternoon. All members were present. 3 items on the agenda. We received an update from CJ Savoy on our road overlay program, and we approved quantities of speed bump placements for on Maple Street and also Willow Street, which is in Ward 4. And I give you those 3 items in the form of a motion.
Motion to accept report by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Bro. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Engineering Grants Committee report, Chairman Nakam.
Yeah, Engineering Grant Committee met, all members present. First item, we had an update from GIS Engineering. On second item, we had an update from the Planners Design Group. Third item, we had an update from Infinity Engineering on the parish-wide sewer plant improvement project. Fourth item, update from the council grant coordinator, and we authorized the president to sign a community build agreement and hold homeowners agreement for the Bell Rose Playground. We heard from Mr. Pat Gordon from South Central Planning on an update of grants. We discussed rebidding on fire hydrant project and agreed to cancel the
bond for Byron Talbot.
The bond for Byron
Contract.
Talbot on the last contract. Had update on Ag Center, roof project, update on the courthouse renovation project. We approved a 4-foot hardship variance on the front property line at 113 Bellicadian Street. And we also, discussed temporary shelter assistance, waive land use, permit form, and we opt in. Present all that in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Committee report accepted. Next item is update relative to the construction of a storage building as authorized by the police jury in a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement. Mr. Renee Bear.
And gentlemen, just to lead in for this, I had sent you some materials on July the 15th. This was a previously agreed upon agreement that was put into the record some time ago. The clerk and I were communicating. She's moving forward with the project, so we just thought it best that we give the new members the opportunity to review the materials and then just provide a brief update in terms of where we're at.
Yeah, so do y'all have any questions? 'Cause I think everything was kind of laid out, like Mike said, everything was in the previous cooperative endeavor agreement. y'all have any questions, that's what I'm here.
Anyone have any questions?
As for construction, I believe that the contractor's moving forward with the fire marshal. Once they have that approval back, they'll probably get started within a couple weeks' time in case you see some work out there. As time progresses, either the clerk or the contractor will come back and give progress updates.
Actually, they were on the site last week, right?
Yeah, South Central Planning was there with the crew just to kind of show them where the location was in case they get called out, but it was basically just to lay the groundwork. And I think they're pretty much ready. Once the fire marshal approves that, they're ready for the foundation work.
Hey, Aaron, are they gonna petition off the whole parking lot for the construction?
I was told not the whole parking lot. I'm not sure how far. Aaron, do you know?
So,
They said for safety purposes, they would
They've-
petition it off, but I don't know if it'll be.
so in talking with John Boudreaux about it, I can't confirm if it'll be the whole thing or not. Definitely the back near the church.
Yeah.
And from what we sat in the truck and talked about the other day was, it, in my opinion, it's not gonna be the whole thing. Cause they won't need it.
Just wondering.
Congratulations.
Long time coming.
All right, so no action on that item. Item 12, Tony, Menard, she asked if she could be rescheduled for us, due to a scheduling conflict. She had to be somewhere else tonight. Next item, discuss concerns regarding the health unit, Louisiana Department of Health, Dr. Eric Brooks.
5 days a week.
Welcome this evening.
So I think this originally kind of came up as concern for limitation for access to sanitary services. Unfortunately, I can't speak to that. I don't have any oversight regarding that bureau. I can speak to the health unit services. We are limited to twice a week at this time. And mainly that's due to staffing limitations. I don't have enough, specifically clerks. Right now, I'm short 2 clerks. I've got 1 that's brand new in training and 1 nearing retirement. If I can get fully staffed and trained clerks, I would still be short. I could probably stretch to 3 days a week here at that point. Kind of the long and short of it is to compare it to other health units and other parishes on a daily average patient volume. Here in Assumption, we're seeing about half of what we're seeing at the other health units. And so I just have to staff health units where they're needed. We have tried to expand services, not being open full days during the week, but offering extended hours, late hours and weekends. Been doing that for the last several months and we've had 0 appointments. Those have been by appointments only, but we haven't had anybody take advantage of that.
You had that in this parish?
Yes, sir.
When? Nothing about it. Yeah.
When?
we don't know
I
about
remember.
that, bro.
So
That's new news, bro.
Yeah.
it's been for the last several months. And
That's sanitation, that's a health.
these are health unit services.
Excuse me.
I know there's some concerns about sanitation.
They sent the wrong guy.
Sanitation will not come to a public meeting.
I did pass your concerns up to state leadership about the sanitation, access to sanitation service.
Appreciate you coming.
Yeah, thank you.
So I mean, right now, the bigger service you're doing is vaccinations and what else?
We're doing vaccinations, we do reproductive health, addressing STIs, birth control methods. We do WIC services, women, infant, children. Those are the main services we provide. We provide TB services, not at the health unit here, but we can provide medications after they evaluated at our Terrebonne Health Unit. But that's all managed through infectious disease and Terrebonne Health Unit, but they'll deliver medications for that year, things like that. We've been trying to do a lot of community outreach. Over the last 12 months, we've done 18 outreach events. You may ask, why can we do so many outreach events and we can't staff a clinic? Those are specifically grant funded positions. Like we have a health disparities team that's a social worker and a health disparities strategist. One of them is funded for opioid, like Narcan distribution and education, things like that. Our EP team is doing an event, a CPR training and stop the bleed training for bus drivers here. We have an immunization event. It's a back to school immunization event. We're partnering with Dr. Reddy 2 days, in September. So we're trying to get out there and do things. We'd love for more people to come to the health unit, and if we see an uptick, and we can get staffing, we can certainly try to work in another half day, another full day, and kind of go from there. Hopefully got ideas.
No, we're glad you came.
Yeah, I'm happy to come anytime, and
Yeah.
happy to pass messages along if things seem like they're not getting communicated.
Yeah, I mean, I think complaints, it's on the sanitation side. You saw the guy that's come back quick. But, I get it, any health unit 2 days a week, and you're less than half of the other health unit. But we're not getting any complaints on that side. No, good job with that.
Thank you. Can you share with us a contact at the state that we can reach out to?
I can.
Sanitation?
So the Bureau Director at state level, name is Tiffany Meshi. You want to just read off her email address?
If Kim.
I can send it to you. I think you might have it.
I'm in communication with Ms. Lauren,
That's who I go straight to.
That's regional.
Yeah,
I can give you the
and
state
she
bureau
is talking
director.
to the state, and she is telling me the state says they will not come to a meeting,
So they're, let's see.
a public meeting, a public meeting.
It's not that they're not willing to attend meetings and they weren't available to come to this meeting, but they're more than happy to schedule a private one. This is the email I got when I reached out.
That's fine, we'll
that's
take.
fine.
And I just expressed that we can't have quorum present. So we can only have 4
That's
jurors.
good, we can have 4 jurors, that's good.
That's fine. Yeah, give them a go.
Well, y'all decide which 4 are gonna be there.
That's by the time.
No, that you can't, I can't do that.
All right,
Thank you, Dr. Brooks.
Thank you, man.
Next item is discuss grass cutting throughout the parish and available resources. Mr. Carter.
Yes, I put that on there, I think we need some clarification on adjudicated properties, getting grass cut on that. Do we need a complaint form filled out by the resident for adjudicated properties? As well as regular properties? Nice the question, I don't know.
That'd be probably, Mike said.
Normally-
Answer that.
What happened?
Something Mike would have to answer that.
It's adjudicated to us, we could have to, we could go out for bid to cut them.
I ain't talking the part we're gonna
But-
bid, I'm
but-
talking about if adjudicated, do we need to get a complaint form filled out by
Well, the neighbors.
somebody in the neighborhood?
Somebody's
Or we can
complaining.
do it ourselves.
Yes, and the reason why is because we're still, the issue that we've been having is that we still send invoices to the individuals that are paying the taxes on it, even though it's already been adjudicated, the title hasn't been quieted.
It's still there.
So it's still in limbo. So unless there's a complaint, I do not think it's a good practice for us to just go around cutting. Now, could we develop a strategy on how to resolve those? Possibly, but at this stage, without a complaint form, it puts us in a very difficult spot.
Okay, so we get a complaint form filled out, we send a letter out, we want to do that 1 complaint a year, like regular properties.
If we send a notice like we normally do following our ordinance, then I mean, as long as it follows the ordinance, I have no issue.
Right, well, we don't, typically for adjudicated property right now, we're not following the grass cutting process in the act of notifying that last owner because they've relinquished.
Sure.
Right, so, but when we get that complaint form, it's given to Road and Bridge for a
And they go
maintenance
cut.
issue for the year.
And again, why don't we just take whatever's being proposed, Chris, if you want me to review it, we'll develop a strategy in terms of a protocol to get reviewed by the full jury. And then we can say, okay, this is gonna be adopted and then proceed accordingly for all of the adjudicated properties.
Okay.
But at one time adjudicated property,
I thought they was cutting it on.
yeah, they was on schedule.
They was cutting, but what happened, somewhere along the line, it fell through the loop. Once it become adjudicated, they add it to the list and they'll cut it. Well, that haven't been happening lately. Haven't
Keep
been
in mind,
added
we
to the
do
list.
not cut all adjudicated property in this parish. We have more than 200 lots.
If this
So
in a
we need,
subdivision, we're not cutting.
we need a mechanism, we need a complaint form.
Well, we had one.
That's
But
where we
that's
were.
the issue that we're
That's the
having.
issue.
You
Well,
can't pick which ones.
Ron
you wanna
calling us,
get
telling
cut
us
and
the
the ones
cut
that
is
you
not a
don't.
complaint form.
No, we weren't sending complaint forms on adjudicated property. They was going
But
cut.
Listen to what Mike is saying. You can't just pick which ones you want to cut and which ones you don't.
How are we gonna-
Can't cut the ones in your neighborhood, is what he said.
Well, they been cutting the one in my neighborhood, so you're gonna continue to cut the one in my neighborhood. They're gonna stop now.
Not next year if you don't have a complaint on it.
So we done changed the rules, that's what you're saying.
Let's just take a look at it.
We're trying to
develop
get
a
things
protocol.
done more correctly.
Okay, okay, I'm good with it.
We just don't wanna.
All
All
run
right, so with respect to that, Mr.
I'm
Carter's
good
gonna
with
work with Mr. Calabro to develop a procedure to address grass cutting on adjudicated property. No action at this time.
And while we're on that subject, can we get the grass cut behind the barn here
The lake, we got a bunch of them.
by, Louis Field?
By the shed?
Yeah, by the
The
shed.
jailhouse too, who's in charge of that?
The grass coming to the jail?
Yeah, like the fence and all, it looks bad.
Yeah, trustee. But we provide a lawnmower to them.
Yeah. Okay, nice.
Let me ask you a question. Why are we not getting help from, are we getting help from the trustee cutting grass right now?
I was in conversation with the sheriff yesterday about it. It's not that we can't get trustees, it's a little bit different from like when I was with the sheriff's office. Now they have a little bit stipulations, we can't get them on days they have court, so that kind of limits. So we would need to be scheduled out in advance. We have several employees that have been through the training. A couple that I recommended that I want to do it, convicted felons can't be around them, so they can't do the class. So that limits a few of our folks. But if, in conversation with him yesterday, if I plan it out far enough in ahead, we can get access to what we need according to him. Cause we got things coming up like the sidewalks and all that stuff that we go do before school that I gotta sit there and plan out with him and Ms. Shawanda so we could be able to get them. So the opportunity's still there, it's just a little bit more stringent.
Okay. Next item, both 15 and 16, due to Mr. Claymore's, absence, we'll table those items until our next regular meetings. Next item, request approval to grant leniency to the homeowner located at 145 Dag Street for junk pickup, Mr. Alcorn.
Yeah, gentlemen, I put this on the agenda. This is an issue I'm dealing with. The homeowner's relative nephew was cleaning up his property. Prior to him cleaning up his property, it happened to be on the week that trash was being picked up. There was a conversation between the bulky waste company and the relative that was cleaning up his uncle's yard. Words were shared that, yeah, my uncle's giving me a few dollars. Depot and them said, hey, well, you're gonna be responsible for picking it up. So it was a whole misconception. The pile sat out there. The resident across the street sent the complaint form. Now we got things turning. So
They need to clean up.
let me finish, Myron. Therefore, Waste Depot and the landowner, came to some understanding. Waste Depot started picking it up a few yards at a time as it pertains to the contract. Now times have lapsed over 30 days or a month. We go out there to do the due process to take a picture. We get a snapshot of the picture, trash is still there. Now we contract somebody. Now that landowner has a hefty bill. And it's a gray area situation, and there was progress, but based off what happened, it all wasn't picked up. But 75% of it was being picked up. And we pushed the button during the process, and therefore it was contracted out, they picked it up, and I know that elderly person cannot afford that bill.
Mister, they took a picture before, when the complaint came in, they took a picture. They served the pile for about 4 pickups. So majority of the trash was already removed. They went back and took a picture on, I think, July the 24th. Second picture, you can see most of the pile is gone. I guess they didn't raise a red flag to say, okay, let's find out something about this pile. It's being serviced, it's being picked up, more than half of it is gone. And it went out to the contractor. And the contractor, he had bid, from looking at the first picture, $2,000 something. Well, he went to go pick it up. Shit, he had less than half the pile to pick up. But he's still gonna charge the parish what his bid was. And the owner look at it as if I'm paying my water and garbage bill. I'm paying for this service. It was a misunderstanding, got it straight with the company. They started servicing the pile. So they look at it as, you know, I did my part. They are servicing the pile, they're picking up 4 yards at a time. I can't control how long it takes for them to pick it all up.
I just put a little fault on the landowner that he should have advised, he got that letter, he should have called either one of y'all or the officer, say, hey, we're in the process of getting it picked up. You know, you got the letter, got a certified letter, we should, can give us the extension.
I knew they was in process of picking up because I was involved with getting them connected to the company. I knew that.
But they don't help the office, no. So we can't go through the process. So what you asking for?
Little, you know, some leniency on it, man. Again, that elderly resident can't afford it, that bill.
Have we paid the contractor yet for those services?
I think it's in the list of bills. I think we approved it tonight. If I'm not mistaken.
Why don't we just table this for tonight? If, Ms. Katie can scan in the full file and send it to me and just press pause on that payment until I'm able to review it, and then I'll try to get you, some recommendation before the next meeting. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Okay, you just give me.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Move on.
Next item, review excessive water bill for resident Douglas Malazzo Jr. at 3107 EJ Robichaux Road. Mr. Brooks.
It's not Douglas, it's Doug.
Duly noted.
Doug, that's right.
I got a water bill, well, a garbage bill, not a water bill. I moved on the property in 2009. Bobby contacted me 21 months later and told me he had a bill on his desk for me, for almost $800 for garbage pickup, not water. I didn't have parish water, I had a well water. At that time, I was disposing of my own garbage. I decided to start paying the garbage pickup for them to start, which they did. This is a bill from this month for $1,000 for back pay on that garbage bill. I've asked Patrick Johnson to try to help me with this. Talked to Paul multiple times. So now I'm here to talk to all of y'all about it. I mean, I need to get this.
Back pay from what?
They were supposedly picking up my garbage when I moved on the property. They were supposedly sending me a bill that I never received for 21 months. Bobby called me telling me he had a bill on his desk for me for garbage pickup.
When that was? Bobby been gone, when that was?
Precisely, that was 2012.
Okay.
16, what we got here?
Okay.
And like I said, I mean, I was taking care of my own garbage. I live in the middle of the cane fields. I have a burn pit that I was burning my stuff in. Any metal I had was being hauled off to scrap yard. Now, like I said, I'm paying the bill now, but the bill's steadily climbing. It's up to $1,031 right now.
Paul, you submitted this?
Yes,
this-
that's records from the water plant.
Okay, so how far does bill go back?
2014, I thought I saw.
No. That might have been when Bobby got in touch with me, but I moved on the property 2000.
Yeah, but I'm only concerned with what they asking that you owe from.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain. I moved on there 2009, beginning of 2010. He told me he received a bill for he was sending me a bill for 21 months to the wrong address, is what I was told. It was being sent to Lavertyville instead of Napoleonville address.
So what came of the conversation with Mr. Bobby?
I told Mr. Bobby that if he sent me the bill and if they started picking up my trash, I would start paying for that. But they steadily charging me interest for trash pickup that they didn't pick up. That they were supposedly giving me a bill for it for that 21 months. And I mean, over the years, it's steadily climbing and climbing. And like I said, the bill now is $1,031.
Why wait so long?
Because I've tried working this out with Bobby. And like I said, my police bureau at the time was Patrick. I dealt with Patrick. I've dealt with Mr. Paul over the phone. And finally, Mr. Charlie told me to come in and talk to y'all in person.
Have you been paying the current fees?
Yes, sir. And that's another issue I have, but I figured we'd talk about this part first. They actually threatened, when I first got this bill from Bobby, they actually threatened to come out and cut off my water. And I told them point blank, they couldn't do it because I was on well water. Didn't have parish water. I finally got parish water this year. My son got parish water. So he's paying a garbage bill now with his water bill, and I'm paying a garbage bill
How many
for the same
structures-
piece of
How many
property.
structures on your property?
There's two.
You ought to get one bill, you get us two separate bills?
Yeah.
Two separate.
I'm getting a bill and then he's getting his bill with the water and the garbage and mosquito abatement that I know Jeff Knockin knows where I live at. I'm in the middle of the cane fields. I mean, mosquito abatement ain't gonna do me a whole lot good where I'm at. I'm by the ballpark in Labradorville.
I guess the question I got, where the $1,000 come from? How
That's,
far back?
that's the interest over the years of me not paying. I've just been paying my pickup. When you're talking about 12 years.
Yeah, with 12 years, it would have been way more than $1,000.
Penalty's only $2.50.
I'm paying every month. I'm paying $30 a month or whatever, where the bill's $25, $26.
So when you started paying though?
When I got the bill from Bobby that time. I started paying my regular monthly bill with a couple extra dollars.
You didn't pay nothing back, you didn't go back.
No, I didn't go back. I wasn't gonna go back and pay for something I wasn't receiving.
But we would get charged for it, the tires would get charged for it.
And he was also paying through his water bill. You got
But for
the water.
the, for
When they
Whenever they
started
did the
picking up
house
my
bill.
garbage, I started paying it every month, but I had a bill for 21 months that they claimed that I was having garbage pickup and I wasn't.
We probably get charged for it.
well, I mean, we don't have the order, you can't burn your own garbage.
Well,
Follow me.
You were
Why-
just
why
choosing
can't I-
to not put your garbage out, but they could have been passing to collect, but
They,
there was
they
nothing to
pass,
collect.
they pass there now and have, some of the times they don't stop and pick it up, they just pass by.
I know,
I
but,
mean-
but you said you weren't getting it for 21 years,
At-
but
at
you just weren't
21
weren't
months, I was-
using the service.
Correct, I wasn't putting it out, they weren't picking up, I didn't have their garbage cans at that time, that was
They
before
thought they
this
had a
company.
garbage can.
When you have a garbage can.
Right, I had my own cans, and I wasn't, like I said, I was taking care of them. As for burning them, I have a metal pipe that I burn paper, cardboard, or whatever in.
That's just not an authorized, method of getting rid of garbage in the parish by ordinance. So by ordinance,
So-
that's why we're saying you cannot do that.
Well, I mean, at that time, nobody told me that. Matter of fact, I was told if I had a burn pit, I could burn my stuff in it. So we can't have barbecues
But
outside
it
either,
doesn't,
right?
but it doesn't exempt you from the fee.
You know what? I'm not gonna pay it. I've tried to be reasonable and sensible about this. I mean, I've asked my juror to help me. Y'all telling me I still owe this? I'm being double charged for it now. So I guess it's not gonna be resolved today. Y'all have a blessed day.
Just put it go again, we don't really picking it up or not.
Something that full back.
Anybody have anything else in this item before we move on?
We go to war. Can we get some type of clarification?
The penalty on the last bill is only $2.50 a month.
Yeah, but when it did,
When they started.
So
everything I'm
you
looking
can
at
see
here
right
is
here.
showing decent.
14.
Yeah, January, 7/10/14
First sheet.
was the date the account was created.
And this is starting in May.
That's all that was provided to me by the water plant. I asked them for everything they could give me, and that's all they gave me.
Yeah, that's a recent bill.
Yeah, you see from 7/14 to 5/23. That was just last year.
Well, Wage Pro took over in July of 2021, the one good thing about Routeware, it shows
Yes.
it been serviced since.
Right.
It shows when they don't have garbage picked up, it shows when it's picked up. It shows here called in for a damaged can and it went replace the can.
This is the first I ever hear of this.
Yeah.
But
But he said,
But
he-
some-
This been going on a long.
but something
but he been
still-
paying already. He been paying this year here already.
It can't be.
He's just paying his normal fee.
It can't be.
$23
He's got the back.
a month. He's
It
not
says
paying money back.
23.
Yeah, I'm saying, he's not paying the back thing, but what, how far back does these charges go?
2009.
2014, look on the.
No, it's 2009. Whenever it was created in 2014, there was a balance carried forward of $972.80.
It's been a long time, almost 15
But
years.
that doesn't make sense because $25 a month
Don't add up.
times 25 times 12 months, that's $50. No, 25 times 12, 300 a year, you know, he's saying 15 years?
He said 21 months.
That's $4,500, not
Yeah.
counting the penalty. Something's not adding up right here.
That's why I say we need some clarification on this.
It's not adding up right.
I mean, if we wrong, we wrong. I don't mind
I mean,
helping the
if-
guy out, but it's not on us.
I don't know who it's on because you can't really.
Yeah.
You can't go back in that time and police it. You don't know who, you know, if they'll pick it up or not. If they'll-
And this is all the waterworks can provide?
I can go back and ask again, but everything,
From the
you know, it
creation of
took me
this
3
account.
weeks to get that. They're always busy and
Yeah.
Go in there and demand it, Bob.
I had to aggravate if you want to kick me out.
All right. What you want to do?
Just asking for a better timeline of when that balance was generated and how far it's been being carried forward.
He's not leaving until you get it.
Might come back with new numbers.
If not, I mean, if not, we just come up with a compromise. See what he want to do. You know, give him a lead, so you might want to.
We're gonna resolve
Hey,
something,
$200.
maybe the water plant again, you know.
How do we know?
When did he
Pick up
start
his
getting the
garbage,
water
though?
bill?
What?
How we know they want to pick up?
We
his
don't.
garbage?
But we don't.
don't.
I don't know
No,
about trash.
but they could be picking it up and he's not paying the bill.
You pay for that. You pay for the service. You don't pay whether they pick up or not.
You
Yeah.
pay
Yeah.
because you have the potential to
To generate
generate
trash in
water.
a structure. There's a lot of camps that don't pay that.
2
They
weeks
do
to
that.
put
You
my
know,
can
you open a can of worms if you start telling people they can only pay when they get picked up.
But here's the
I'm
problem.
still paying that.
All that time frame that he said he wasn't paying off, we still ain't charging him enough then. So we gotta be accurate with the numbers, some kind of
Yeah,
way.
I agree. You gotta look, you have to have a running list to show what comes up with that balance, and then you decide if you're gonna.
Yeah, you might always go with it.
That's what I'm saying. You might come back with different numbers.
You can't just throw numbers out there and just say, no.
We need facts. Also, we can get.
I think we just table this and call this one an investigation.
No action.
No action.
Request approval to reappoint Rosalind Jennings to the Bertrandville Recreation District for a 5-year term.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of the following occupational license: CK Creations LLC, Napoleonville, and Dollar General Store 25441, Napoleonville.
What Dollar General?
They're starting to, that's the one that's starting to sell
Sell liquor?
alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have another
Oh,
one.
so-
today.
yeah.
So move.
They need a loan.
Motion by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Diaz, I'm sorry, Mr. Nakam. All in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of the following liquor license applications: St. Philomena Catholic Church, St. Philomena Family Day, Rachel Landry, September 29th, 2024. Motion by Mr. Bro,
Second.
second by Mr. Pineville. All in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now seek a motion for requesting, the approval of a liquor license for the Dollar General Store 2541, Highway 1, Napoleonville.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Motion adjourned.
Any other deviation?
No,
We have
Oh,
one-
Tawana got one. Tawana
yeah,
got one.
we have, one deviation regarding the, special programs, to apply for a grant through Entergy. Did I get a motion to deviate?
Motion deviate.
Motion to deviate by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We will have it. So, we're looking to approve for the special program assistant to apply for $1,000 grant through Entergy for, fans for the program Beat the Heat.
Oh, no.
We're limited to $1,000?
Yes, that's what they don't. Okay.
Get all you can.
Motion approved.
Motion approved by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Carter. Any public comment regarding this item? Hearing none, all in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion adjourned by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor? Opposed? Meeting adjourned.
No.